Chapter 1. Was there really any reason for him to be so anxious? No. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Nothing threatened him. It was ridiculous to feel this way. He knew it so well that even now, in the middle of the party, he was struggling to regain his self-control. Anyway, properly speaking, it wasn't anxiety. He couldn't have pointed to the precise moment when he'd been gripped by this dread, this feeling of unease born of some imperceptible disequilibrium. Not when he'd left Europe. In any case, on the contrary, Joseph Timar had set out in excellent spirits, flush with enthusiasm. Was it when he'd gone ashore in Libreville, at his first contact with Gabon? The ship had anchored at the mouth of the harbor, so far offshore that all there was to see of the land was a white streak, the sand with a streak of dark vegetation above it. Great gray swells lifted the launch and drove it crashing against the ship's lifeboat. Timar was alone at the bottom of the ship's ladder, the water beneath his feet, staring at the dinghy, which rose toward him only to be washed away again a second later. A naked arm, a black arm, had seized him. Then he'd set off with the black, bounding over the wave crests. Some 15 minutes later, perhaps more, they reached a jetty of jumbled concrete blocks. The ship was already sounding its whistle. There wasn't even a black waiting there. No one. Just Timar in the middle of all his baggage. That wasn't when he'd started to worry, though. He'd flagged down a passing truck that brought him to the Central, Libreville's only hotel. What a sight. This was the real Africa in the cafe with the African masks on the wall. Timar cranked up the old gramophone. He felt like a real colonial. As for the great event, that had been more funny than dramatic. Talk about colonial. But Timar had been taken with everything that was colonial. Thanks to an uncle, he'd landed a job with Sakova. In France, the head of the company had told him that he'd be living in the middle of the jungle, somewhere not far from Libreville, logging timber and selling cheap goods to the natives. No sooner had Timar arrived than he hurried off to the run-down factory building with Sakova on it. With his right hand extended, he approached someone who was either depressed or disgusted, and who looked at Timar's hand without taking it. "You're the director. Pleased to meet you. I'm your new employee." "Employed by what?" "Who employed you?" "For what? What are you doing here? I don't need anybody. Timar hadn't flinched. It was the director who was astonished. Behind his glasses, his round eyes grew enormous, and he became almost polite. There was something confidential in his manner of speaking. The same old story once again. The head office in France meddling in the colony's business. As to the post Timar had been promised, that was all the way upriver. 10 days' journey by flatboat. But for one thing, the flatboat's hull was staved in and wouldn't be ready for at least a month. For another, the post was occupied by a crazy old man who'd promised to shoot the first replacement sent his way. Work it out for yourself. It's none of my business. There'd been 4 days of it. All 4 days that Joseph Timar had been in Africa. He knew Libreville better than La Rochelle, where he'd been born, a long esplanade covered in red dust and bordered by palms, the open-air native market, small factory buildings every 100 yards, farther back in the vegetation, a few large villas. He'd seen the flatboat with the broken hull. Nobody was working on it. Nobody'd been told what to do. Timar, the newcomer and something of a fifth wheel, didn't dare issue any orders himself. He was 23 years old, with the manners of a well-brought-up young man. Even the boys who waited tables laughed. No reason to be anxious, yet there was, and he knew what it was. And if he kept going over all these reasons that didn't apply, it was only to put off the moment when he'd get to the one that did. The reason was there, surrounding him, in the hotel. It was the hotel itself. He'd been very taken by the sight of the hotel. A yellow edifice set some 50 yards back from the esplanade and its palm trees, and surrounded by a dense growth of curious-looking plants. The main room was both a cafe and a restaurant. It had bright pastel walls that reminded him of Provence, and a bar of polished mahogany. That, and the high stools, and the copper countertop added a touch of luxury. All the bachelors in Libreville took their meals there. Each one had his own table and napkin ring. Upstairs, the rooms were always available, vacant, bare rooms, also in pastel, with beds draped in mosquito netting, and here and there an old pitcher, a cracked basin, an empty steamer trunk. Everywhere, upstairs and down, the drawn Venetian blinds sliced up the sun. The whole house was filled with bands of shadow and light. Timar's luggage was the luggage of a young man from a good family. It looked strange on the floor of the room. He wasn't used to washing in a small basin. Above all, he wasn't used to finding a bush to take care of his other needs. He wasn't used to the teeming creatures, the unfamiliar flies, the flying scorpions, the hairy spiders, and that first attack of gnawing unease pursued him tenaciously, like a cloud of insects at night with his candle out. He could see the pale mosquito netting around him like a cage in the dark. Above, he sensed an immense void broken by rustlings, half-audible noises, fragile creatures. Was it a scorpion? A mosquito? A spider that sometimes settled on the transparent gauze? And in the middle of that soft cage, he tried to keep track of the sounds, the quiverings in the air, to take note of the sudden silences. Abruptly, he lifted himself up on his elbows. It was morning. The rays of sunlight were already there. The door had just opened, smiling and sedate. The woman who ran the hotel was looking at him. Timar was naked. He realized it only then. His sweaty shoulders and chest emerged from the rumpled sheets. Why was he naked? He struggled to remember. He'd been very hot, sweating heavily. He'd searched in vain for matches. Creatures seemed to be crawling on his skin. That must have been it. No doubt sometime in the middle of the night, the moment when he'd taken off his pajamas. Now she could see his white skin, his exposed rib cage. She seemed extraordinarily self-possessed as she shut the door behind her. "Sleep well?" she asked. Timar's pants lay on the floor. She lifted them, shook out the dust, and put them on a chair. Timar was afraid to get up. His bed stank of sweat. There was dirty water in the basin. The comb was missing several teeth. Still, he didn't want her to leave this woman in a black nightgown, who was smiling at him very gently and a little ironically. 2. I came to ask you what you like to drink in the morning. Coffee, tea, cocoa. Did your mother used to wake you up back in Europe? She'd pulled back the mosquito netting and was making fun of him. She was teasing him, smiling so broadly that he could see her teeth. Maybe she really did want to take a bite out of him, because he was different from the colonials, lying there in bed with his look of well-groomed adolescence. She wasn't being forward. She wasn't being maternal either. And yet there was something of both there, and, more than anything, a mute sensuality filling the ample flesh of this woman of 30-some years. Was she naked under the black silk dress, in spite of his embarrassment? Timar asked himself the question. At the same time, he felt a stab of desire that was reinforced by things that had nothing to do with it, like the bands of light and shadow, the animal clamminess of the sheets, even the restless night he'd endured, with its unknown terrors, its gropings in the dark. Look, you've been bitten. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she placed a finger on his naked breast, touching a little red smudge. She looked Timar in the eyes. That was what happened. The rest was too quick and too clumsy, marked by awkwardness and mess. She had seemed as surprised as he was, and he'd been completely astonished. Arranging her hair in front of the mirror, she said, "Thomas will bring you your coffee." Thomas was the boy. For Timar, he was just a black. He was still too new to Africa to tell one black from another. An hour later, when he went downstairs, she was managing the hotel from behind the bar, crocheting something out of vulgar rose-colored silk. Every trace of their violent, frenzied intimacy had disappeared. She was calm and serene. As always, she was smiling. When would you like to have lunch? He didn't even know her name. He didn't know what to do with himself. He could barely remember it. Above all, the feeling of soft skin, of flesh that was not too firm, but that he'd savored. A little black woman brought fish to her, and without a word she picked out the best ones. She threw a few coins in the basket. Her husband's head emerged from the cellar, followed by his powerful body, and yet he seemed tired. He was a giant, but his gestures were feeble. His mouth was twisted with disgust. His eyes were angry. "You're still here?" And like an idiot, Timar blushed. This had been going on for 3 days now. Only she no longer came to his room in the morning. From his bed, he could hear her coming and going in the big room, issuing orders to Thomas, buying provisions from the blacks at the door. From dawn until dusk, she wore the same silk dress. He knew she was naked underneath. It disturbed him so much that he often had to look away. There was nothing for him to go out and do. He stayed there all day long, almost, drinking whatever there was to drink, reading 3-week-old newspapers, playing billiards by himself. She crocheted and served the people who stopped in for a moment at the bar. Her husband busied himself with the beer and the bottles and with straightening up the tables, sometimes sending Timar to sit in another corner. He looked at him like something that was in the way. There was a feeling of exasperation and irritability, a sense of darkness in spite of the sun. And the feeling was most intense when it was hottest, when just lifting an arm made you break out in a sweat. At noon and in the evening, the regulars came to eat dinner and play billiards. Timar didn't know them. They looked at him curiously, without showing goodwill or dislike. He was afraid to say a single word to them. At last, it was time for the party. A roaring party. In less than an hour, everyone was drunk, even Timar, who sat sipping his champagne all alone. A dancer called Manuelo provided the entertainment. He must have arrived at the hotel while Timar was out or asleep. Timar ran into him around 11 in the morning, smiling, friendly, seemingly right at home. Manuelo pasted up posters in the bar, proclaiming himself to be the greatest Spanish dancer in the world. He was a small man, lithe and charming. He already got along very well with the woman, not the way men get along with women, but the way women do with one another. By noon, the tables had been rearranged to make room for Manuelo's dances. The room was garlanded with colored paper. The gramophone had been tested. Up in his room, the Spaniard had been practicing his act for hours, stomping loudly on the shaking floor. Perhaps Timar was annoyed because the usual rhythm of his day had been upset. In spite of the sun, he went out. Under his sun helmet, he could feel his head heating up. The black women looked at him and laughed. The regulars had eaten earlier than usual because of the party. Then outsiders had started to arrive. White men Timar had never seen before. White men and white women. The women in evening gowns along with 2 Englishmen in dinner jackets. Bottles of champagne invaded the tables. Outside in the dark, behind the doors and windows, hundreds of silent blacks suddenly appeared. Manuelo danced. A dance so feminine that it made him appear all the more epicene. The woman was behind the counter of the bar. Timar knew her name now, Adèle. Everyone called her that, and most of them used the familiar too. He was probably the only one who addressed her as Madame. Wearing her black silk dress, as always, and naked under it, she'd come up to him. Champagne will pipe her. Be good enough for you. I only have a few bottles of Mum's left, and the Englishman won't have anything else. That had made him happy. He'd even been touched. So why did he look so down? Only a few minutes later, Manuelo had danced a few numbers. Adèle's husband, he was also two, or Eugène. Two everyone went and sat down by the gramophone in a corner. He looked surlier than ever. From there he could see and hear everything, calling out to the boys, "Don't you see, idiot? They want drinks over there." Then, with unaccustomed care, he lifted the needle on the record. Timar had also been straining to hear, picking up bits and pieces of conversation, trying to make sense of them, but it was nearly impossible. The people at the next table were talking to a large young man, hardly a distinguished figure, who looked like a college student and was on his 10th whiskey. They kept calling him Mr. Prosecutor. Some loggers were saying, as long as you make sure not to leave any evidence, you're in the clear. And it's easy. Just spread a wet handkerchief on his back. After that, you can let him have it. The whip doesn't leave a trace. They meant the back of a black man. Of course, had Timar already drained an entire bottle, he'd been given another, and his glass was full again. He could see part way into the kitchen. Just then, Adèle hit Thomas in the face with her fist. What the black didn't flinch. He took the blow without moving, his eyes staring straight ahead. They played the same tunes 10 times over. A few couples danced. Most people had taken their jackets off. Outside, the silent throng of blacks went on watching the whites at play. Adèle's husband sat by the gramophone. His features were drawn. His stare was so hard that his face looked like a tragic mask. What was going on? Nothing, it seemed. It had been a mistake for Timar to drink so much. Suddenly, all his little worries rose to the surface. All the bad impressions he'd formed about the last few days. He wanted to say something to Adèle, no matter what, if only to make contact. He glanced around. He followed her with his eyes. He couldn't get her to look at him. Then she came by on her way to another table. She walked right past him, and he pricked up his courage, snagging her dress in his fingers. A moment of stopped time, a look, a single sentence. What are you waiting there for, when you should be asking your boss's wife for a dance? He followed the inclination of her chin to a fat housewife in a pink dress sitting beside the Sakova manager. Why had Adèle said that? And with such an edge, was she jealous? He was afraid to hope for so much. In any case, he hadn't even looked at another woman. She was talking to customers and smiling her usual smile. She returned to her cash register. She walked toward the back of the cafe, where the door opened out onto the courtyard. No one noticed, except Timar, who unconsciously drained another glass. I'm such a fool. To think I was the only one he would have given a lot. Just then, to hold her in his arms, hot and sweaty, with her almost liquid flesh, her waist that, for an instant, had seemed so flexible it beggared belief. How many minutes went by? 5:10. Adèle's husband, with his tragic look, cranked up the gramophone one more time. Timar noticed a bottle of mineral water beside him. Adèle didn't come back. Eugène, perhaps aware of her absence, was looking around for someone. Timar rose, then paused. He was astonished to feel so light-headed. Crossing the room lengthwise, he reached the little door, the courtyard, then another door leading outside. Someone ran into him with a crash. It was Adèle, he stammered. At last, get out of the way, you idiot. Total darkness, a few strains of music, the black dress disappeared. He was left standing there, lost, frustrated, and miserable. The clock read 3. Manuelo had long since finished dancing and was counting his money now, dressed as a man again. He was drinking crème de menthe at one of the tables and talking about his successes in Casablanca, Dakar, and the Belgian Congo. At the bar, Adèle was refilling glasses, her forehead furrowed in concentration. The prosecutor was sitting at the bar between the two Englishmen. He was drunk and sarcastic. A lot of people had left. At 2 of the tables, Loggers were drinking beer and eating sandwiches. "Enough of that music," one of them shouted. "Turn it off, Eugène, and come have a drink." Adèle's husband stood up, his lips strangely twisted. He looked at the mess in the cafe, the party streamers strewn on the floor, the empty glasses, the stained tablecloths, and his eyes shone feverishly. As he walked toward the door, he seemed dizzy. He kept going, muttering, "I'll be right back." Adèle was counting banknotes. She bundled them up and secured them with rubber bands. Exhausted, drained, and distraught, Timar finished his bottle without thinking. Later, no one could say for sure how long Adèle's husband had been gone. When he did come back, he seemed bigger, bulkier, but he was so feeble that it was funny. He stood in the doorway and called out, "Adèle." His wife looked at him and kept counting money. "Is the doctor gone? Call him back." Quickly. A long silence. His voice again. "Where's Thomas? I don't see him." Timar looked around. Like the others, there were only the two young boys who'd been hired for the party. "You don't look so great," ventured one of the loggers. Adèle's husband gave him a look that could kill. "Shut up," he said slowly. "Got it. Bring the doctor. If he's not too drunk, I'm screwed anyway. Snail fever." Timar didn't understand, but the customers plainly did. Hurriedly they rose to their feet. "Eugène, you." Eugène's voice was weary. "All of you, get out. It's time to close the place." And he disappeared down the hall. A door slammed. There was a noise like someone kicking over a chair, looking pale. Adèle lifted her head. She was listening to a faint sound coming nearer and beginning to grow clear. A group of 4 or 5 blacks showed up at the door. Timar didn't understand what they were saying. It was just a few words, squeezed out syllable by syllable from their mouths. But he heard the one-eyed logger translating. "They just found Thomas's body. He's been shot and killed 200 yards from here." Upstairs, there was the sound of someone pounding on the floor with a cane. Eugène was impatient. Finally, he climbed out of bed and opened his door to shout, "Adèle, are you just going to let me die up here? For God's sake." Chapter 2. The mosquito net had fallen down, and Tamar woke up with it knotted around him. The room was full of sunlight. It was always sunny here, but the sunlight was joyless. Sitting on his bed, he listened to the household noises. During the night, half asleep, he'd heard comings and goings, whisperings, the sound of water splashing into a china pitcher. When the doctor appeared, Adèle had told Timar to go upstairs and shoot away the others. "If you need me," he'd stammered foolishly. "Okay, I hear you. Now go to bed." Was Adèle's husband dead, as he'd said he was sure to be? Someone was sweeping the cafe in any case. Opening his door a crack, Timar heard Adèle say, "There isn't any Gruyere left. There's none at the store. So open up a can of green beans, wait for dessert, bananas and apricot. The right-hand row. Do you understand?" "You fool." She hadn't raised her voice. She wasn't in a bad mood. She always spoke to the blacks like that. A few minutes later, unshaven, Timar went downstairs. He found Adèle at the cash register, sorting receipts. Around her, everything was clean and in its usual order. Adèle was neatly dressed. Her black dress wasn't wrinkled. Her hair was combed. "What time is it?" he asked, taken aback. "Just past 9. And her husband's attack had started at 4 in the morning. The cafe had been a mess then. Adèle hadn't slept. And yet here she was, asking about cheese and fruit, with the menu for lunch all prepared. But she was paler than she normally was, and there were narrow rings under her eyes that changed her appearance. Under her dress, though, you could still make out her breasts. Timar blushed without knowing why. "Is your husband feeling better?" She looked at him in surprise, and seemed to recall that he'd only been in the colony for 4 days. "He won't last out the day. Where is he?" She glanced at the ceiling. He was afraid to ask if the sick man was up there all alone, but she guessed his thoughts. He's starting to rave. He's no longer aware of anything. By the way, there's a note for you. She looked around on the counter and handed it to him. A small official note requesting the said Joseph Timar to present himself at the police station at his earliest convenience. A black woman came in carrying a basket of eggs. Adèle shook her head no. "You'd better go now. before it gets too hot. What do you think you'll find out soon enough. She wasn't worried. Like her, the cafe seemed no different from any other morning. Turn right after the pier. It's just before you get to United Shipping. Wait your son, Helmet. Maybe he was imagining things. Yet he could have sworn that the blacks were acting strangely that morning. At the market, there was the usual chatter and rainbow array of loincloth. But suddenly, someone in the crowd would fix him with a stare. 4 or 5 of the natives would fall silent and turn to look. Timar quickened his pace. He was beginning to sweat. He made a wrong turn and found himself in front of the governor's house. He retraced his steps until at last, at the end of a badly marked street, he saw a shack with a sign in front of it. Police station. It was childishly written in white paint, and the S in station was reversed. Barefoot blacks in police uniforms were sitting on the steps of the veranda. A typewriter was clacking in the shady interior. The chief of police, please. Your summons. Out on the veranda. Timar looked for the note while he stood waiting. Then he was called into an office where the Venetian blinds were closed. Have a seat. You're Joseph Timar. In the dimness, he finally made out a red-faced man with bulging eyes. When did you come to Libreville? Have a seat. Came on the last boat. Wednesday. You aren't, by chance, related to Counselor General Timar? He's my uncle. All of a sudden, the police chief rose. He pushed back his chair, reached out a soft hand, and, in an entirely different tone, repeated, "Have a seat." He still lives in Cognac. I was an inspector there for 5 years. Timar was relieved. In this dark and cluttered room, his initial impulse had been to feel outrage or dismay. There were some 500 whites in Libreville people who'd committed themselves to hard, sometimes dangerous lives, all for what in France was described, with particular emphasis, as the exploitation of the colonies. But as for him, no sooner was he off the boat than he'd been summoned by the chief of police and treated like a tramp. Your uncle's a good man. He could be a senator any time he wants. But what did you come here for? It was the police chief's turn to be astonished. So astonished that Timar was worried. I signed a contract with Sakova. The director's leaving. Oh no. At least in theory. I meant to have the river posting. But now, instead of astonishment, it was stupefaction. Does your uncle know? He was the one who got me the posting. One of his friends is the administrator of Timar was still in his chair. The police chief walked around him and examined him with interest. When he crossed through a ray of sunlight, you could see that his upper lip was cleft. His face and profile were more rugged than they'd seemed at first. What a strange idea. Well, we'll talk about it again later. Did you know the Renaults before you arrived? The Renaults, the owners of the Central. Speaking of which, has he died yet? It seems he won't last out the afternoon. Good heavens, and suddenly, Timar realized what was bothering him about the police chief's manner, in spite of his cordiality. As he paced back and forth in the office, he kept looking at Timar the same way Adèle did. Surprised, intrigued, even a little tenderly. Would you care for a whiskey? Without waiting for an answer, he ordered it from one of the boys out on the veranda. And, of course, you have no more idea what happened last night than any of the others. Timar blushed, and the police chief noticed. Timar blushed even more deeply. His interlocutor took the bottle of liquor from the black and filled 2 glasses, panting the whole time, as if overwhelmed by the heat. You're not unaware that someone killed a black no more than 200 yards from the hotel. I've informed the governor. It's a nasty business. A very nasty business. Someone was still tapping away in the room next door. The door was open, and Timar noted that the typist was black. Cheers. You can't understand, but over the next few days you'll begin to. I'll have to have you in for questioning, like the others. Everyone will tell me the same thing, which is that they know nothing about it. A cigarette? No. You'll have to come over for lunch soon, and I'll introduce you to my wife. She's from Calvados, but she knew your uncle, too, in Cognac. Timar relaxed. Now, he liked the dimness that he'd found so disturbing at first. The whiskey made him feel better yet, and the police chief was no longer staring. He'd gotten a good enough look. Timar ventured a question. The Renaults you mentioned before, who are they? 15 years ago, Eugène Renault, was sent into administrative exile from France for white slavery mainly, but probably there were a few other reasons, too. There are others like him in Libreville. And his wife, well, she's his wife. What else can I say? She was already with him back then. For the most part, they worked around the turns, bottoms up. Timar drained his glass 3 times, maybe 4. The police chief drank just as much. Soon he was chatty. If a phone call from the prosecutor about an urgent matter hadn't come, the conversation would have gone on a lot longer. Timar left when the sun was at its height. It was so oppressive that after 100 yards he felt scared. The nape of his neck was burning. The whiskey wasn't sitting too well with him, and he kept thinking about Eugène Renaud's snail fever and the other stories he'd just heard. Most of all, he was thinking about Adèle. When he was just 7 years old, she was already helping Renaud spirit girls off to South America. She'd followed Renaud to Gabon when there'd been nothing along the coast but wooden shacks. They'd gone into the jungle, the only whites for days and days, in any direction by skiff. They'd started logging and sending the timber downriver. Timar turned it all into naive images, illustrations out of Jules Verne, mixed up with bits and pieces of reality. He followed the long red dirt path by the shore. He could see the palm trees outlined against the sky and the lead gray of the sea. There were no waves and hardly a ripple, just one, like the curve of a lip, extending the length of the beach. Colorful loincloths and half-naked men surrounded the fishermen's skiffs that had just come in. The river was over there, at the lower end of the bay, less than half a mile away, back in the heroic times of Eugène and Adèle. There'd been no merchants' houses or government buildings here. Their red roofs mixed in among the greenery. She must have worn boots and an ammunition belt. Surely not a black silk dress over her naked body. He tried to walk in the shade, but it was just as hot there as in the sun. The air was scorching. Even his clothes were hot to the touch. Back then, they hadn't had brick walls or ice to cool a drink. After 8 years, and in defiance of the administrative order, Eugène and Adèle had returned to France with 600,000 francs. In a few months, they'd spent them, blown it all. The police chief said, "On what?" What sort of life had they led? Where might Timar, barely pubescent, have run into them? They'd gone back to Africa, back into the jungle. Eugène had had 2 attacks of snail fever. Adèle nursed him through them. They'd bought the Central only 3 years ago. Timar had held her in his arms one morning, on the edge of a sweaty bed. He didn't dare take off his sun helmet to wipe his forehead. It was noon, and he was the only one walking along that burning path. There was absolutely no one else. The police chief had told him other stories about other people, not at all indignantly, though he grumbled that they went too far. Like the plantation owner last month, thinking that his cook had tried to poison him. He'd hung him by his feet over a wash tub. From time to time, he would lower the cook's head into the water. Then, for more than 15 minutes, he'd forgotten to pull him out. The cook had died. The trial was still going on. The League of Nations had stepped in. And now another native had been killed. There's nothing we can do for them. The police chief had declared, for who? The killers. And the other times, it's usually possible to arrange something. When Adèle left the house on the night of the party, what had she gone out to do? And why? A few hours earlier, had she struck Thomas in the face, Timar hadn't said anything about it. He wasn't going to. But hadn't there been other people who'd seen her coming in from outside? But once again, he'd lost his way. He'd have to retrace his steps. Finally, he got back to the hotel, where for once the clinking sound of cutlery wasn't accompanied by the usual noontime murmurs of conversation. They all looked up at him, noticing that Adèle wasn't there. He went and sat down at his table. The boy was a new one, very young. Someone tugged Timar's sleeve. Turning around, he saw it was one of the loggers, the biggest one, who had the head and profile of a butcher. It's all over, with a nod toward the ceiling. He kicked it. By the way, what did he say to you? Everything was happening too fast, especially in this stupefying noon heat. Timar couldn't get his thoughts straight. He knew he looked ridiculous asking, "Who?" "The chief of police. He summoned you first because he figured it'd be easier to grill a newcomer. This afternoon or tomorrow. It's going to be our turn." No one stopped eating, but all eyes were fixed on Timar. He didn't know what to say. He was upset by the thought of the dead man up there. Adèle must be watching over him, and by the stories the police chief had told him. Did you get the feeling that he knows anything I couldn't say? I swore I'd seen nothing. That's good. Obviously, he just earned some points. Now they looked friendlier. But did they know he knew something? Did they know? 2. Timar blushed and ate some sausage. He was surprised to hear himself ask, did he suffer much? Then he realized he shouldn't have asked that question. The suffering must have been terrible. The worst thing about it is that it happened right after that hanging business. The one-eyed logger said. So they were thinking about that. Too, everybody was everyone. In other words, was involved. And they were curious and suspicious about Timar, because he wasn't. Footsteps sounded in the room overhead. A door opened and closed. Someone was coming down the stairs. It was Adèle Reynaud. The cafe was absolutely silent as she walked to the counter and picked up the phone receiver. She was unchanged, her breasts showing as clearly as ever beneath the silk of her dress. It was childish for him to notice that, but it was what bothered Timar most, as if grief meant wearing a bra. Hello, yes. 2-5. Hello, is Oscar there? Yes, it's me. As soon as he comes in, tell him it's over. He should bring everything he needs. The doctor doesn't want us to keep the body any later than noon tomorrow. No thanks. That'll do very well. After she hung up, she stayed where she was for a long time. Elbows on the bar, chin on her fists, staring straight ahead. Then, barely turning her head, she spoke to the boy. Well, why haven't you cleared the table and back yet? She opened a drawer and shut it again. She was about to get up and leave, but then she changed her mind. She went back to her earlier pose, her chin on her clenched hands. A voice from the logger's table asked, "Will he be buried tomorrow?" "Yes. The doctor says it wouldn't be wise to wait longer. If you need help, thanks, everything's taken care of. They're coming with the coffin soon." She was looking at Timar. He could feel it. He didn't dare raise his eyes. "Did you see the police chief? Mr. Timar. Was he very unfriendly?" "No. He knows my uncle, who's a counselor general, and he fell silent. Once again, he felt himself surrounded by their mocking curiosity, now tinged with a bit of respect, and it unnerved him. And just then, He saw it, the soft smile quickly crossing Adèle's sinuous lips. I had to move you to another room. I don't have any other to keep the body in tonight. She turned to the line of bottles behind her, selected a Calvados, and poured herself a glass. She drank it with a wince of disgust. Then, in a neutral voice, she asked, "What did they do with the black?" "Took him to the hospital. They're performing the autopsy this afternoon. It seems that the bullet came out between the shoulder blades. It hasn't been found yet." The logger's words were pronounced with distinct intent. He shrugged and swallowed an apricot half that looked like the yolk of an egg, then went on. "There's a black policeman on the scene to prevent anyone from coming for the bullet if it's found. If it's found. Anyone for a billiards game." Wiping his mouth with a napkin, he stood, confronted by the general silence. He muttered, "Maybe not today. Give me a Calvados, Adèle." And he leaned his elbows on the counter across from her while the others finished their meal. Timar's cheeks flushed. He ate mechanically. A fly was buzzing around him. Each time it passed by, he felt a spasm of anger. The atmosphere was heavy. Not a breath of air outside. You couldn't even hear the thin rippling of the sea nearby. Nothing but the occasional clatter of plates at the opening to the kitchen. The first to go was the assistant director of the bank, a large young man whose manners bore some resemblance to Timar's, and who ate his meals at the hotel. He put on his sun helmet, lit a cigarette, and left. The others soon followed, some stopping at the bar for a drink on their way out. By the time the clock struck 2, only Timar and Adèle would be left in the cafe. Timar wondered if he'd stay until then. The 4 whiskeys he'd drunk that morning had made him sluggish. His head was empty and aching, but he didn't feel up to sleeping in a new room while the body was moved into his. Someone asked, drink in hand, "Is there going to be a viewing before they close the coffin?" "I don't think so. It'll be all over by 5. Poor old fellow. The person speaking was the same age as Adèle's husband. Some of the younger men had already had their second attack of fever. The police chief had told Timar that quite a few of them had made fortunes and gone back to France to spend them in less than a year. There was a time when the one-eyed logger with the gold tooth had been in Bordeaux on the night of a big gala at the opera. He'd hired all the taxis in town just to watch the people in their fancy dress walk home in a driving rain. Now, after an attack of fever, he scraped by, making light deliveries in a little old truck and doing odd jobs for the Department of Public Works. A factory bell sounded 1:30. Only 3 or 4 people were left in the cafe. Still at his table, Timar was staring at the floor. The last drinker drained his glass and took his sun helmet from the hat rack. Timar's heart began to beat faster, and he wondered anxiously what they were going to say to each other. The footsteps trailed off in the distance. With enormous effort, he raised his head. He'd decided to have a drink himself, resigned to oblivion for the rest of the day. Just then, Adèle sighed like someone with an unwelcome task ahead. He heard her close the drawer of the cash register without saying anything to him or looking at him. She went out. For another instant, he saw her through the opening to the kitchen. She was issuing orders in a low voice. At last, she headed upstairs. Her footsteps echoed over Timar's head. Chapter 3. Dinner was more or less the same as lunch, except that the body upstairs was no longer lying in bed, but in a coffin supported by 2 chairs. The regulars exchanged knowing glances, as if to remind one another of a pact they'd made. When the meal was over, the logger with the butcher's face came up to the counter. "Say, Adèle, don't you think it would be better to close up? That's what I'm planning to do. And I guess someone will be watching over the body if you want. Obviously, you can rely on us." It was comical. The contrast between his brutal appearance and his childish expression, like a schoolboy asking permission for something. Why watch over him? He's not going anywhere. There was a gleam in the logger's eye. He must have been struggling not to smile. Less than 5 minutes later, everyone was outside, Timar included. They left with an affectation of carelessness, a look of reluctance that was badly put on. "We're going out for an hour before bed. Till tomorrow, Adèle." Looks were exchanged. The logger touched Timar on the shoulder. "Come with us. She wants to be alone." The cafe was empty. They were 6 men on the road in the darkness. One of them turned the starter crank of a little truck The moon shone. The sea murmured silvery behind the screen of palm trees, just as they had in Timar's imagination when, in Europe, he had tried to picture the tropics. He turned his head to the cafe. Its emptiness disconcerted him. The boy was clearing the tables. Adèle was giving him orders from the counter. Timar noticed that the assistant director of the bank was with them, too. He was jammed against him, standing up, in back of the little truck when they drove off. Already somebody was sighing. Adèle overdid it. "I thought I was going to suffocate before the end of dinner." "Wait, stop at my house," said another. Leaning over the driver, "I want to pick up some Pernod." It was hard to make out the faces, since the moonlight distorted them. The 6 shadowy figures tried to keep their balance as they were bounced around by all the ruts in the road. "Where are we going?" Timar asked the assistant director in a low voice. "To a hut, to spend the evening." Timar noticed that he looked different than usual. He was a very tall, very thin young man with blonde hair and a studied manner. But tonight he seemed suspiciously tense. There was something odd and shifty about his look. While they were waiting for the Pernod, Timar exchanged a few hushed words with his neighbor. He learned that Bouilleux, who looked like a butcher, had never been a butcher at all, but instead a school teacher in a village in Morvan. The banker broke off in the middle of a sentence in a paroxysm of good manners. He leaned over in the little truck and stuck out his hand. "Allow me to introduce myself. Gérard Maritain. Joseph Timar. Of Sacoville." The vehicle drove off again. Timar didn't know the road they were on, and the noise of the engine made it impossible to talk, though the truck was little more than a jumble of rusted parts. The driver was speeding, and the passengers were flung together at every turn. A few lights could be seen on either side, then nothing at all. They made out a fire in the distance. The black cones were native huts. "To Maria's?" someone asked. "To Maria's." Then Timar was brutally drawn into a nightmare. This was the first time he'd been out at night in Libreville. Everything was unrecognizable under the moon. He didn't know where he was or where he was going. Shadows gathered about as the truck went by, blacks, no doubt only to melt back into the jungle. The brakes squealed. Bouilleux got out first, went up to a hut, and kicked the door. Maria, "Hey, Maria, get up." The others got out in turn. Timar kept close to Maritain, the one who seemed most like him. "Who's Maria?" "A prostitute, no. A black like the others." "Oh." "With them. All they want is a white man. There's no bar in Libreville, so tonight we had to. Even at night it was hot. Nothing stirred in the other huts. The door in front of them opened, and the shadowy figure of a naked black came out, waved a greeting, and disappeared into the deeper darkness of the village. Not until later did Timar realize that this was Maria's husband. You sent him away while you were visiting his wife. A match flared, and an oil lamp lit up in the hut. "Go on," Bouillou said. He stepped aside for the others. Inside, it was hotter, yet a cloying, human heat. There was a bitter smell that made Timar gag. He had only had an intimation of it before, when some sweat-soaked blacks had gone by. With one hand, the woman who'd just lit the oil lamp wrapped a piece of cloth around her naked body. Bouillou tore it off and threw it in the corner. "Go get your two sisters, especially the little one." The whites seemed at home in the hut, except for Maritain, perhaps. He looked ill at ease. There was a table, 2 old deck chairs, and a ratty cot that retained the damp impress of human bodies. 3 of the men sat down anyway. After drawing up the covers, "Sit. Boys, Timar had never been so hot before, not even in the midday sun. The heat seemed unhealthy to him, a feverish heat, the heat of a hospital. He felt physical disgust at the touch of things, at the walls themselves, and he kept looking to Maritain, who was still on his feet, too, though farther inside the hut. "They're not the equal of Adèle," Bouillou shouted out to him. "Come on, have a drink, it'll do you good." A glass was passed from hand to hand to Timar, one of 3 unwashed glasses. Bouillou and the one-eyed logger had the others. To Adèle's health, it was straight. Pernod. Timar gulped it down because he didn't have the courage to stand up against the others. He drank, pinching his nostrils, nauseated by the glass as well as the liquid. Very clever to pretend you don't get it. But we've all had her. Something would have happened then if the door hadn't swung open. Maria came in first, an obliging smile on her lips. Behind her was a very slender young girl. The man nearest to the door grabbed her immediately. Confusion followed. The hut wasn't big enough for everyone inside. They were all pressed up against each other. The black women hardly said a thing. Some isolated words and broken phrases. Mostly they laughed. You could see their shining white teeth. Maria took a bottle of crème de menthe from under the mattress, and they drained it after the Pernod. There was a single awkward moment. The one-eyed logger had asked, "What are they saying in the village about Thomas's death?" The three black faces lost their smiles, their welcoming appearance, even their submissiveness. The women said nothing, staring at the ground. Bouillou restored the good mood with a loud cry. "Enough! Enough, fuck that dirty black cheers. Boys, you know what I say we do. Let's go for a ride in the jungle." Once again, as at dinner, there was a brief exchange of glances. Timar suspected that Bouillou's words held a deeper meaning, that they'd hatched a plot. Just a moment. "Listen, Maria, 100 francs if you can scare up a bottle of whiskey or anything." She found the whiskey. Though there wasn't a sound or light or whisper from the village, everyone seemed to be asleep. From the huts, you couldn't help but hear what was going on, bits and pieces of conversation. They squeezed back onto the truck. Near the trunk of a kapok tree stood a black woman no one had noticed until then. "Hey you, climb in." The noise of the starter and the engine made it impossible to hear anything more. Timar didn't want to see a thing. Stubbornly, he stared at the passing canopy of moonlit trees. They were driving on sand and kept having to shift gears all the time. Someone handed the bottle of whiskey to him, half empty and positively hot. Its neck sticky. He couldn't drink. He pretended, though, letting the liquor dribble down his chin and onto his chest. But we've all had her. He felt an agonizing impatience. There was only one thought in his head: to confront this animal Bouillou, to demand an explanation. Because it wasn't true. It wasn't possible, Bouillou. For example, he'd never been Adèle's lover, nor the one-eyed man, nor... He alternated between fury and despair. One moment, he imagined ordering them to stop the truck to let him out, but he didn't even know where he was. He didn't have any choice except to see the night through to its end in this company. He calculated that they'd traveled something like 15 miles. The truck came to a stop where the road itself ended, at the edge of a clearing by a river. The uproar started again. Outbursts of talk and laughter. The bottle. "Don't forget the bottle," a shadow yelled out. Timar remained alone by the little truck. No one noticed. In front of him, he saw figures going back and forth, sometimes zigzagging through the patches of light and shadow. He heard whispers and murmurs, raucous laughter. Maritain's long, shadowy figure was the first to come back. Not expecting it, he discovered Timar when he was only a yard away. Embarrassed, he stammered, "You were here all the time. A man's got to have fun." Another shadowy figure, shorter and larger, slipped across the clearing. Suddenly, it came up. "Quick, get inside. This is going to be a scream." It was Bouillou. Another shadow turned, then two, three. A black woman came after that. "Hey, baby, just a second." Whites first. They piled into the truck. The three women waited their turn. The engine started up. Go. The truck sped off as fast as possible. The women were running after it, shouting, "Back, girls, back, bye-bye." They were naked, absolutely naked, like jungle animals. The moon dappled them with silvery light. They were shrieking and waving their arms. Faster, faster. They could still catch up. The little truck was straining violently. They hit a tree stump and nearly tipped over. It was a close shave. The black women were still running, but they were gradually falling behind. Their outlines grew smaller and more distant, their voices fainter. That was it, they'd lost them. There were a few giggles, no more, and some stray comments. Who was the big fat one next to Timar? Maritain bowed his head. A few obscenities, too. But as they drove farther, they fell silent. They became increasingly grim and despondent. "I have a summons from the chief of police for tomorrow. Me, too. And Adèle. Speaking of which, we should take up a collection for a wreath." It was hot and cold. Timar's body was covered in sweat, and his shirt was drenched. The air seemed too hot for his lungs, and yet the breeze the truck made was freezing him. He'd started at the sound of Adèle's name. The moon was lower, behind the trees, and he could no longer see his companions. But he knew which corner Bouillou was sitting in. Speaking of Adèle, I want you to tell me. His voice sounded so false that he was thrown off. He lapsed into silence. What do you want to know? Have fun if you want, like we did tonight. Just don't knock her up. He said nothing. They dropped him off by the edge of the pier. He'd shaken only one hand. Maritain had stammered. See you tomorrow. Timar was alone in the night. There was one light shining on the second floor of the hotel. He tried to open the door, but it was locked, and he didn't want to make a noise by knocking. There was the dead man. For one thing, he was so jittery that his knees were shaking. He was filled with irrational fear. He headed around the house to the courtyard door. A stray cat running away made him start. He was shivering, even though he was covered in sweat, and it made him wonder if he was falling ill. The slightest movement made him sweat. He could feel himself sweating and smell himself sweating. Could feel every pore of his body spitting out sweat. The courtyard door was also locked. When he returned to the front, the door swung open. There was Adèle, a candle in her hand, wearing her usual black silk dress and as calm as ever. There was just room for Timar to slip in the door before it closed behind him again. The candle stopped flickering in the cafe. He tried to think of something to say. He was appalled, furious at himself, at her, at the whole world. He was more upset than he had ever felt in his life. You weren't asleep. He looked at her suspiciously and had an unexpected reaction. Was it because of the disgusting displays he'd witnessed that night? Or was it more like an angry protest, a yearning for vengeance? He gave way. In any case, to a mean, brutal impulse. Your new room's on the left. He followed her like a coward to the stairs they would both have to climb. He knew she'd stop and let him lead the way with the light. Right then he grabbed her by the waist, but without really knowing what he meant to do. She didn't struggle. She was still holding the candle, and a drop of hot wax fell onto Timar's hand. She simply pulled away from him. She was a woman, but her torso was muscular and strong, too strong for him to press her to him. All she said was, "You're drunk, my dear. Go get some sleep." He gave her a troubled look. He saw her pale face in the dancing candlelight, and her shapely lips that seemed, in spite of everything, to be forming a smile that was both ironic and tender. He hurried awkwardly upstairs, tripped, and went to the wrong door. Without any anger, she said, "It's the door on the left." After he shut the door, he heard her climbing the stairs. She opened a door and closed it behind her. At last, one after the other, 2 slippers fell to the floor. Chapter 4. At the cemetery, Timar was overwhelmed by an unexpected wave of emotion. He felt utterly displaced. The feeling washed over him and filled him and left him almost gasping, as if he'd been knocked to the ground by a breaker. Displaced by the picturesque details, the jaunty palms, the sing-song of native speech, the milling black bodies. But there was something else. Too, the clarity and desperation with which he understood that to leave Africa you had to go by boat. There was one every month, and it took 3 weeks to get to France. It was 8 in the morning. They'd left the Hotel Central at 7 to miss the worst of the heat. But the heat wasn't only from the sun, it rose from the ground. The walls, everything, your own body even gave off heat. Timar had gone to bed at 4. He'd felt sick ever since he got up, which convinced him that he must have been drunker than he'd thought. The loggers were there, along with Maritain and the rest of the regulars. As in a provincial town, they were stationed in groups several yards from the door. The only difference was that here everyone was dressed in white, and that everyone was wearing a sun helmet, even Adèle, who emerged from behind the coffin wearing her black silk dress. The hearse was the little truck from the night before, now covered in black cloth. They set out walking along the red dirt road. They turned into a small, steep lane lined with native huts. Was one of them Maria's? In spite of the heat, they walked quickly. If the truck slowed down too much, its engine stalled. Adèle took the lead. She was alone and walking quite normally. She looked about and sometimes turned around, like someone in charge. Finally, they reached the cemetery. It was at the top of a hill overlooking the sea and the town. To the left, a river flowed out of the jungle. A red and black cargo ship was taking on a load of lumber. Was it because of the purity of the air, in spite of the distance? You could make out the smallest details, some rafts being towed by a very small tugboat with a chugging diesel engine, the clanking chains with which they were securing the stacks of lumber, the creaking cranes. Farther out was the ocean, and nothing but ocean. 3 whole weeks of it going full steam ahead before you saw the coast of France. Was this really a cemetery? There'd been an attempt to respect European tradition. There were 2 or 3 stone tombs, a couple of wooden crosses. Even so, it was hardly what you would have expected. No chapel, no enclosing wall, no gate, just a hedge of outlandish shrubbery with monstrous red berries that only underscored how far away Europe was. And the earth was red, right in the open, at a distance of 100 yards. You could make out a row of rectangular, unmarked mounds, the native graveyard, and in the middle of it, a gigantic baobab tree. People who hadn't joined in the procession had driven over and were waiting, smoking cigarettes. Among them were the governor and the territorial administrator. They bowed to Adèle. It had to be done quickly because there was no shade. You could hear the cargo being loaded throughout the ceremony. The pastor was uncomfortable. In his life, Eugène Renaud had been a Catholic as much as he was anything. But the local curate had left on a tour of the interior several days earlier, and the Anglican pastor had agreed to officiate in his place. 4 blacks slid the coffin into the too shallow hole. They used hose to rake the dirt over it. The idea that one day he might also be interred like this made Timar unbearably conscious of his life since La Rochelle. This wasn't a cemetery. This wasn't a burial. He wasn't at home. He was sleepy. His stomach ached. He was afraid of the heat that filtered under his helmet and burned his neck like a branding iron. Everybody headed back to the town. He tried to walk apart, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw a figure beside him. The tall figure of Maritain, who mumbled nervously, "Did you sleep well? By the way, have you received a summons? 2. It seems that the governor wants to take part in the questioning." Timar vaguely recognized the market and made out the lane the police station was on. His shirt was sticking to his armpits. He was thirsty. There was no waiting room. They'd made do by setting a couple of chairs out under the veranda, but the glare was so harsh that you couldn't take off your helmet. The black helpers sat on the wooden steps. The office door remained open, and they'd seen the governor and the prosecutor going in. The typewriter clattered away in another office. When it stopped, bits and pieces of conversation came through. Adèle was the first person they called in. The loggers glanced at one another, especially when they heard the governor's politely deferential voice. Unfortunate circumstances. If you'll excuse us. Need to clear things up quickly. Painful business. It lasted barely 5 minutes. Chairs were pushed back. Adèle came out, not in the least flustered, made her way down the steps and headed for the hotel from inside. The police chief cried out. Next Bouillou went in. After making a face at his companions, the typewriter clattered. Nothing could be heard. The logger came out. He gave a shrug. Next Timar, the last in line, hesitated to ask a black for a glass of water. She was the governor's mistress, whispered Maritain in his ear. That's what makes the whole business so complicated. Timar didn't answer, but instead moved up a place when it was the assistant director's turn to be called into the office. In certain no one left the room between midnight and 4. Thank you. The chief of police followed Maritain to the door, glanced around the veranda, and spotted Timar. You've been here all along. Come in. Then his round face was shiny with sweat. Timar followed him into the room where, because of the contrast with the light outside, he could see nothing but shadows among shadows. An indistinct figure was sitting with knees parted next to a side table covered with glasses. This Mr. Governor is Mr. Timar, about whom I was just telling you. The governor stuck out a moist hand. Pleased to meet you. Have a seat. Can you believe it? My wife is from Cognac. 2. She knew your uncle very well. And, turning to a third person, Mr. Joseph Timar, a young man of excellent family. Mr. Paulette, our prosecutor. Do you have another glass? Chief Timar had to get used to the dimness and stripes of light from the blinds. The police chief poured the whiskey and operated the siphon. Whatever gave you the idea to come to Gabon? The governor was some 60 years old, large and red-faced. His white hair stood out in sharp contrast to his blotchy red skin, but it lent him a distinguished air. And he was friendly in the way that men of a certain age are when they enjoy some power and enjoy eating and drinking even better. Oh, not Sakova. Are you aware that if it hadn't been for our renegotiating the fines they'd run up, the company would be bankrupt by now? I wasn't aware of it. My uncle, is he ever going to run for the Senate? I think so. Yes. Cheers. You must have a fine opinion of Libreville. Sometimes we can go for 2 years without an incident, and then the scandals rain down. Why, just last night it seems a bunch of hoodlums abandoned some women out in the jungle. That hasn't made my job any easier. With the blacks furious about Thomas's murder, the prosecutor was much younger. Timar had seen him before, on the day of the party, drinking with the Englishmen. Chief, any questions for him? Not especially. I've already taken the liberty of issuing him a summons. That's how we first met. By the way, Mr. Timar, if you intend to stay on at the hotel, I suggest a degree of prudence. The inquiry has revealed certain facts to us. He waited before going on, but the governor continued good-naturedly, judging Timar worthy of hearing everything. Apparently, it was that woman who killed Thomas. We have proof of it, almost enough to take to court. We recovered the bullet casing. It's the same caliber as the Renault's pistol. He held out his box of cigars. Don't smoke. It's most inconvenient that she's the one, but we can't do anything about it. And we need to set an example this time. You understand? She'll be watched. Her every movement will be observed. If she makes just one mistake, what I wonder, murmured the prosecutor, who'd said nothing as yet, is what the boy could have done to her. This isn't a woman to just snap. She knows how to take care of herself. Timar would have preferred to be questioned like the others, in a dry tone, standing before the desk. Why was everyone so stubbornly interested in him? Why were they so set on finding a place for him in town? Even the authorities, who had now admitted him into their circle and their secrets. Of course, you know nothing about it, do you? The loggers are sticking together. Not one will talk, and that's natural. Any other time, and we probably could have hushed the whole thing up. You didn't see anyone leave in the course of the night, no. You'll have to come to our house for dinner one of these evenings. My wife will be delighted to meet you. And don't forget that we have a club, a very modest club, just across from the pier. It's better than nothing. Any time you feel like a couple of hands of bridge, he rose, putting an end to the meeting with the ease of a man used to conducting official business. Goodbye, my dear friend. If there's anything at all I can do for you, don't hesitate to ask. Timar saluted awkwardly, with a slightly excessive degree of ceremony. Outside he saw the sea again, flat as a pond, and the image that had haunted him that morning came back. It was a map of France, a tiny little France right at the edge of the ocean, the familiar map with its rivers, its administrative regions, whose shape he knew by heart, its towns. The governor was from Le Havre, his wife from Cognac. One of the loggers came from Limoges, another from Poitiers. Boileau had been born in the Morvan. They were all neighbors. Timar in La Rochelle could have visited every one of them in a couple of hours. And they were gathered here, a mere handful of them, on a narrow strip of land carved out of the equatorial jungle. Boats came and went, little boats like the one he'd seen this morning, with flies buzzing around the winches. And up there, overlooking Libreville, was the cemetery of fake. Timar passed the Sakova building, spotted the director in the back, behind a counter crowded with black women. They greeted each other with a wave of the hand. At that point, it wasn't just the misery of homesickness that had him in its grip. It was a sense of futility, the futility of being here, the futility of struggling against the sun that penetrated his every pore, the futility of the quinine that lifted his spirits and that he swallowed every night, the futility of living and dying, only to be buried in a fake cemetery by 4 half-naked blacks. Whatever made you want to come to Gabon? The governor had asked. What about him? What about all the others? What about that Sakova employee up there in the middle of the jungle, who threatened to shoot anyone who came to take his place? It was Auguste, in La Rochelle, near the harbor entrance, on the beach with its border of salt cedar. Young men and girls were lying on the sand. Timar, He went off to Gabon. Lucky bastard. What an adventure. Because that's how they'd talk. While he was just sitting here, his legs weak, in a countryside that was the color of rust. The idea of going back flitted through his head, but he rejected it outright. True, he was the nephew of Gaston Timar, Counselor General and future senator. But what he hadn't said was that his father worked for the town council, that he'd had to leave the university for lack of funds, that he didn't even have enough money to go out with his friends to a cafe or nightclub. The flatboat that was supposed to take him to his post in the interior was still lying on the sand among the native canoes. Nobody was working on it. Nobody was worrying about repairing it. Suddenly, and so abruptly that he startled himself, Timar made a decision, gasping at his own audacity. He carried it out. A garage where they repaired cars, machines, and boats faced the sea. He went in. A white man was trying to start up an old car by getting some blacks to push it. Could you fix that boat there? Who's paying for it? Sakova. The man waved his finger to show he wouldn't do it. No, I'll pay. That's different. You realize it could run to several thousand francs. An obscure force was driving Timar on, a need for action, for heroism. He opened his wallet. Here's a down payment of 1,000. It's urgent. All I need is 3 days, something to drink. So the die was cast in 3 days. The flatboat would be repaired, and Timar would head off to take over his post. That would be a real feat. Timar opened the door to the hotel with a firm, categoric movement. The big room was empty, bathed in the familiar shadow of African houses. The tables had already been set for lunch. Adèle was alone behind the counter. Before he even sat down, Timar announced, "I leave in 3 days." He wasn't looking at her. For Europe, the interior, the word, which was so nice to utter, brought Adèle's ambiguous smile to her lips, annoyed. Timar went off to sit in the corner and pretend to read newspapers he'd read twice already. She didn't pay him any attention. She came and went, gave orders to the kitchen, rearranged bottles, opened up the till. He was furious. He needed to stir things up. From the very first word he knew he was making a mistake. But it was too late to stop. You know they found the bullet casing. The casing of the bullet that killed Thomas. I understood the first time. That's all you have to say. She turned her back to him and arranged the bottles. What do you want me to say? They exchanged words across the empty, damp room with its bands of light and shadow. You should watch out. He didn't mean to threaten her. Still, he would have liked to give her a bit of a scare. Emile. Her only response was to call for the boy. He came running, put these carafes of wine on the tables. The boy kept darting in and out between them after that, making his way from one table to another. The raw white of his waiter's outfit was like a stain. The loggers showed up, then Maritain, as well as a notary clerk and a traveling salesman from England, and the atmosphere was just like every other meal, though this time the events of the previous night led to murmurs and stifled laughter. Timar's bleary-eyed face was the most haggard of the lot. That night, he remained in his corner until the very last moment, pretending to read. Maritain had left first. The loggers had gone on playing card games with the clerk until 10, when they all trooped off heavily. The boy had locked the doors, closed the windows and blinds, and turned out some of the lights. Timar still hadn't spoken a word to Adèle. He hadn't even looked at her. But now that the doors and windows were shut, he was relishing the intimacy. She was at the counter, locking up the drawers with a key. Had she guessed his thoughts? Had she been looking at him? Had she glanced at him sometimes in the course of the evening? He heard the boy declare, "All done, ma'am. Good. Get to bed." She lit a candle, because the electric generator would soon cut off. Timar stood up, uncertain, and approached the counter. When he was almost there, Adèle headed for the door and the staircase, candle in hand. Coming. All he could do was follow. She climbed in front of him, and he saw her naked legs, the dress that spread like a corolla. She stopped on the landing, and he stammered, "Which room do I?" "Your old one, of course. The one he'd slept in the first few days. The one where she'd come to him one morning. The one he'd been exiled from so they could put the coffin in there." She was handing him the candle. He realized clearly that, when he took it, it would be all over. She'd go to her own room. He'd have to go off to his bed. That was why he remained standing, awkward, hesitant. She jiggled the candle in her hand as a sign for him to take it. Adèle. It was hard to go on. He didn't know what he wanted. He was like a little boy whining for no reason, or simply because he's unhappy about everything and nothing. Adèle was half in shadow. There was a hint of a smile as she took the 2 steps to Timar's door and opened it. She let him in first, then closed the door behind her and set the candle on the dresser. "What do you want?" Maybe it was the light that made her body stand out so clearly under her dress, its blackness tinged with red. "I want." He stretched out his hands the way he had the night before. He touched her, but he was afraid to take her in his arms. She didn't push him away. She barely moved. "See, you're not going to be leaving in 3 days. Get in bed." She spoke and pulled off her dress. She opened the mosquito net, smoothed the sheets, and fluffed the pillows. After stripping to the waist, he paused. She got in the bed ahead of him, as if they'd always slept together there. She waited without impatience. Blow out the candle. Chapter 5. He felt better when he woke up. Before he even opened his eyes, he could tell that the bed beside him was empty. He felt around with his hand and smiled, straining to hear the sounds of the house. The boy was sweeping the big room. Adèle must be behind the counter. He rose lazily, and his first thought looking out the window was, "It's going to rain, just like Europe, and just as he used to in Europe." He frowned for an instant at the thought of having to carry an umbrella. The low sky was a solid dark gray. The downpour seemed to be only minutes away, but the soft, hot radiance of the missing sun was still palpable. It wasn't going to rain. It wasn't going to rain for another 6 months. Timar was in Gabon. The thought made him smile with resignation, but a little aggressively, too. As he reached for the pitcher, he hadn't slept well. Several times, half awake, he'd opened his eyes a little and seen the milky form of the woman beside him, against him, her head resting on one bent arm. Had Adèle slept? Twice she'd made him shift position. He'd been lying on his right side and having trouble breathing. When he'd opened his eyes yet again, it was daylight. Adèle was standing by the door, looking for hairpins she might have dropped during the night. Timar blew his nose and wiped it. He looked at his tired face in the mirror. Something was bothering him, but he didn't want to think about it because he was too inexperienced with women to solve it. Last night, Adèle had given herself for sure, but somehow it seemed like she'd given too much. She'd done it for him, not for herself. He was almost certain she hadn't slept or even closed her eyes, that she'd spent the whole night against him, her head resting on her folded arm, staring straight ahead into blackness. What was that about Timar? Was sick of worrying? He'd come to a decision as he washed Leave It to Chance and let things turn out the way they would. He went downstairs and realized that the heavy sky was making it even hotter. After taking a few steps, he was sweating. He pushed open the door to the cafe. Adèle was there, behind the counter, the tip of a pencil between her lips. He didn't know what to do, so he stuck out his hand. "Good morning." She batted her eyelashes in reply. Then, licking the point of her pencil, she returned to her accounts. Boy, Mr. Timar's breakfast. Twice he caught her studying him, but perhaps she wasn't aware of it herself. Not too tired. I'm okay. She shut the register, put away the papers on the counter, and came to sit at the table where Timar was eating. It was the first time she'd done anything like that. Before speaking, she looked him over once again. There was a hint of indecision in her eyes. "Are you on very good terms with your uncle?" That was about the most unexpected thing she could have said. So she was also interested in his famous uncle. Yes. Very good. He's my godfather. I went to say my farewells before I left. Is he on the right or left? He belongs to a party called the Popular Democrats, something like that. I suppose you know that Sakova is bankrupt, or close to it. Stunned, Timar drank his coffee. He wondered if he'd really slept with this woman, who was now carefully weighing her every word. But then, was she so different from the Adèle he'd taken in his arms? This was when the atmosphere of the house was somehow at its most intimate cleaning time, the time for small domestic tasks. You could make out the low hum of the native market, even though it was some 400 yards away. Women walked by, their waists draped with cloth, carrying jars or food wrapped in banana leaves on their heads. Adèle was pale. Her skin must have always been like that, matte, even-toned, smooth. It looked like it had never been touched by the sun. Did she have the same finely creased eyelids when she was younger? When Timar was 6, he'd experienced a great love. The memory still haunted him. It had been his teacher. At the time, he lived in a village where the children were all taught together until high school, like Adèle. The teacher always dressed in black, and her expression was a similar mix of severity and tenderness. Above all, she displayed the same calm, so alien to Timar's character. Right now, for instance, he wanted to take Adèle's hand in his, to say silly things, to whisper reminiscences of the night before. But seeing her with the face of a school teacher grading homework, he grew confused and blushed, and yet he wanted her more than ever. So you see, there's a good chance you'll return to France empty-handed. What she was saying should have grated on him, or been hateful, and yet somehow she managed to make her words almost soothing. She enveloped him in a tenderness, something that went beyond her actions or words. The boy was polishing the brass bar. Adèle was contemplating Timar's forehead as if it was far, far away. On the other hand, there's a way to make 1,000,000 in 3 years once again. If anyone else had said that, he would have found it intolerable. Now she stood up. She was speaking even more carefully, pacing back and forth across the cafe. The sound of her high heels on the flagstones gave rhythm to her sentences. Each one stood out, followed by the exact same silence. Adèle's smile suited her strange voice. Maybe it seemed low class to some people, but it was full of personality, sometimes soft, sometimes shrill, like cheap music. What was she saying? It blended in with his other impressions. The black women still filing past outside, the skinny, nervous legs of the boy in his white shorts, the panting of a diesel engine. Someone somewhere was trying to adjust, and then there were the images her own words evoked. She mentioned loggers, and instantly he saw Buyu's face lit by the oil lamp in Maria's hut. They don't buy the land. The government gives them a 3-year concession. Why? As he gazed at her, did he see her again the way she'd looked that morning, searching for her hairpins while he pretended to sleep? She pulled a bottle from a shelf, set 2 glasses on the table. and filled them with Calvados. Was she from Normandy? It was the third time he'd seen her drink apple brandy. The first colonists were given concessions for 30 years or more, even a perpetual lease. A perpetual lease. The word stuck with him for a long time as she went on talking. He kept trying to think what they reminded him of. In principle, usually the rights revert to the state when the settler dies. But she never wore stockings or underwear, and he had seldom seen such white legs. He looked at them because he knew Adèle was looking at him. She seemed to be trying to make up her mind about something once and for all. A black came in and laid some fish on the counter. That's fine. I'll pay you next time. She drank the liquor like a medicine, making a face as she swallowed. There's a guy called Truffaut who's been here for 28 years and gone native. He married a black woman and has 10 or 12 children with her. He's furious because now that they have boats with outboard motors, his concession is only a day's journey from Libreville. Their eyes met. Timar knew that she was perfectly aware he wasn't listening, but there was only a flicker of impatience on her face. Unperturbed, she went on, just like his old teacher, who'd continue her lesson to the end even when the children weren't paying attention in the least. The situation was the same sense of distraction, the same desire to be doing something else, the same resignation. In his mind, Timar pictured Truffaut as a biblical patriarch among his children of color with 100,000 francs. And he saw himself giving the first 1,000 of the 3,000 francs to the mechanic, who at that very moment was busy repairing the flatboat. His oldest son would like to study in Europe. Adèle's hand lay on top of his. She seemed to be asking for a moment, just one moment, of serious attention. I can supply the money, and you'll supply your uncle's support. The Minister of Colonies is a member of the same party. Your uncle can see to it that we're awarded an exemption, and when he looked at her again, she was licking the point of her pencil, as she had at the counter. Then she wrote out laboriously, Sakova position bad. Stop. Risk not having job. Stop. Have found opportunity with brilliant future. Stop. Necessary. You see colonies minister in Paris and obtain special authorization for cession to me of Truffaut perpetual lease. Stop. All urgency required, as information may become known. Stop. have secured capital for exploitation of claim and count on your kindness for steps that will make my fortune. Stop. Much love. Timar smiled at the final words. Adèle could hardly know that in his family men weren't especially demonstrative. Certainly no one would take such a familiar tone with Timar's uncle. The whole time she was writing, he'd been conscious of his superiority to her. He'd even smiled with a tender condescension of his own. Her way of holding herself, of licking the point of her pencil, of spelling out her words with too much care, all betrayed her lack of education and her social class. Is that pretty much what you'd have written? More or less? Yes. I'd change a word or two. Well, do it. And she went back to her counter, where she had something to do. When she returned, he was reading over his revision of the telegram, not quite believing it. Later, he'd be incapable of saying just when the decision had been reached. Had there even been a decision, at any rate? Just before noon, the boy took the telegram to the post office, and it had been Adèle who, without thinking twice, had taken the money for it from the cash register. Now, here's some advice. Go pay the governor a visit. Timar hadn't been out all day. He jumped at the chance, but not at the idea of going to see the governor. He changed his shirt anyway, since his was soaked through. The town was even more depressing than usual because of the yellowish-green light and the oppressive heat. Something that seemed inexplicable since there was no sun overhead. Timar noticed that even the blacks at the market were sweating heavily. You waited without thinking for a clap of thunder for days. But no, there were going to be days and weeks of this draining atmosphere before a storm broke. Days and weeks without rain or a trickle of water. And you were afraid even to remove your sun helmet to wipe off your forehead. Timar meant to pass the governor's house looking the other way when the chief of police hailed him from the top of the steps, coming in. What about you? I'm just leaving. But go have a whiskey with the governor. It'll please him. He's told me a lot about you. In spite of the oppressive humidity, things were happening fast, too fast. Timar found himself in a large drawing room, exactly like a prefect's back in La Rochelle, Nantes, or Moulin. Some leopard skins added an exotic note and clashed with the tapestries and carpets from the Rue du Sentier. Ah, it's you, young man. The governor's wife was summoned, a woman of about 40 who wasn't ugly or pretty, a woman trained to make tea and listen to men talk. You're from La Rochelle. You must know my brother-in-law, the departmental archivist. He's your brother-in-law, Whiskey. The governor sat with his knees slightly apart. He exchanged a look with his wife. Timar understood why the governor was glad to have company. He liked to drink. His wife didn't like him to. When he had a guest, he kept filling his guest's glass so he could fill his own, too. Cheers. So, what are you going to do? Sakova is getting worse and worse. I'll tell you this in confidence, but their chat lasted a quarter of an hour. Not a word about the murdered black or the investigation. Once again, Timar's head was thick with drink before lunch. He liked the feeling his thoughts floated free, avoiding the rough edges. At the hotel, they looked at him with distinct curiosity, probably because he'd had a drink with the governor. The loggers were in the middle of a conversation, so I gave him the 100 francs and a kick in the ass, and he left, happy as can be. Timar soon realized they were talking about the tail end of the night in the forest. Maria's husband had shown up, making a fuss. He'd even threatened to hire someone to write to the League of Nations. 100 francs and a kick in the ass. Everyone handed over 20 francs, except Timar. They were afraid to ask him. He napped until 5 and came back downstairs feeling queasy. 2 glasses of whiskey restored him. Did the governor have anything to say? Nothing of interest. I sent a black to tell Truffaut we're ready to make a deal, but we don't know yet if we can send him back home if it doesn't work out. He looked at her in alarm. And yet she was a woman, a real woman with soft skin, a good figure, a yielding body. Just before dinner, he walked to the water to check out his half-repaired boat. You can leave in 2 days, the mechanic told him. Dusk was subdued, the sea and the sky a poisonous green. Lights came on. Dinner. Billiards and card games with the loggers and the notary clerk with the enormous gut. Maritain asked Timar, "Do you play chess?" "Yes." "No, not today. Have you come down with something I don't know?" He felt bad all over. He didn't know what to do with himself. He didn't feel at home anywhere, and he wondered what was going to happen with Adèle that night. Would they simply end up in the same room and sleep in the same bed? The whole thing was starting to feel routine, and that horrified Timar, especially since her husband, Eugène, had been sleeping in the same bed only 4 days ago. But he suffered when he didn't see Adèle. He suffered when one of customers called her by her first name. Finally, what he needed was an explanation from her about Thomas. He absolutely had to have it, and yet he was afraid to ask. Had she killed the black man? He was almost sure of it. It didn't bother him all that much. He just wanted to know how and why. And he wanted to know the reason for her being so tranquil. The cafe was lighted by 4 electric bulbs. It was filled with the clack of billiard balls and the voices of card players, and it seemed like any provincial cafe. Timar downed 2 more drinks, then took advantage of a moment when Adèle was away serving someone to head for the stairs. "I'm off to bed. Good night." She lifted her head. He caught a mere glimpse of her terrible smile, half ironic and half tender. She was laughing at him. She knew he was running away, and she knew why, and it didn't worry her. He hadn't expected to sleep soundly, but he did. And when he woke up, it was already day. Adèle was standing beside his bed in her black dress, feeling any better. But how did she know he'd been feeling sick? She sat on the edge of the bed as she had the first time, when Eugène and Thomas were still alive. He let his hand stray over to her dress and slowly pulled her close. It was quick, mainly because of the sensation of cold. Naked flesh, Adèle had just showered underneath the soft silk. "I have to go downstairs?" He waited 2 hours before following her. He puttered around, looking through the little things his mother and his sister had packed for him. Odd, useless things like a thimble and an assortment of different colored spools of thread. "You'll have to mend your clothes on your own over there." There was even a selection of buttons the 2 women must have scoured every sewing shop in La Rochelle. Timar could almost hear them saying, "It's for my son. He's leaving for Gabon next week. There won't be any women over there, too." He went down and ate, exchanging only a few words with Adèle. He announced he'd be stopping by the chief of police. Good idea. she said. He went. In fact, he was served the customary glass of whiskey. What's new with you? Are people asking why the investigation stalled? I haven't heard anything in particular. Thomas's father came in from the bush. A native clerk who worked for a lawyer for 2 years has taken him under his wing. He's getting pushy, claiming I don't know how much in damages. By the way, has the hotel manager found a new man I don't know? That's plain to see. You could live here for 20 years without even suspecting the kinds of things that go on lunch. A stupefying snooze, cocktail, dinner. Once again, Timar left before closing time. He didn't sleep. He heard all the conversations, the sound of the billiard balls, the coins jingling on the counter, the boy shutting the Venetian blinds and locking the doors. At last Adèle, on her way up, he hesitated, couldn't bring himself to get out of bed, and spent 2 solid hours trying to fall asleep between the clammy sheets. At 10 in the morning, he was still sleeping when the door burst open. Adèle came in, excited as can be, a piece of paper in her outstretched right hand. Your uncle's reply. Read it quickly. He unsealed the telegram without quite realizing what he was doing. The dateline was Paris. Truffaut concession easily granted. Stop. Advise extreme caution with regard to partnerships and sources of capital. Stop. Please consult Libreville Notary and sign nothing without approval. Stop. Wish you all future success. Stop. Gaston Timar. Timar didn't know if he was pleased, furious, or worried, but he noticed something new. Until then, Adèle had treated him with a degree of condescension. Now, however, she was looking at him admiringly. Finally, she was showing some emotion. She gazed at him fondly and suddenly kissed him on both cheeks. Well, you're someone, there's no denying it. She went on glibly, handing him his clothes. Old man Truffaut's downstairs. He's good for 100,000, with a case or 2 of whiskey thrown in. Look, you've got another bite. She touched her finger to Timar's chest, just below the right breast, the way she'd done once before. You have a woman's skin. I'm going to call the notary and set up a meeting. She went out. It was the first time she'd been so excited. Timar rose with a heavy glance at his surroundings. Glasses clinked below. No doubt she was plying old Truffaut with drink. Extreme caution. Sources of capital. He cut himself shaving. Looked around without success for his alum, and went downstairs with a streak of blood on his cheek. He was expecting to find a grimy, bearded backwoodsman. Instead, a little wizened old man, neatly dressed in a starched suit, got up to greet him. "It seems it's you who—" Was Timar too nervous? Was it the streak of blood zigzagging down to his chin? Or perhaps just the glare, stronger that morning than usual? He found himself overcome by a sense of panic that he'd experienced 2 or 3 times since he'd been in Libreville. At noon, among others, on that red dirt path, when he'd felt like his sun helmet was too tight, and that if he didn't escape from under the sun right away, it would crush him. His vision grew hazy. Things began to wobble, just a bit, the way they do when you look at them through the steam from a boiling pot. He was on his feet, facing the little old man who was waiting to take his seat again. And Adèle, her elbows on the counter, was watching them both with an almost animal satisfaction. Standing on a chair, the boy was winding the clock. Timar sat down. He ran his hand across his forehead and rested his elbows on the table. Adèle whiskey. He was struck by that. It was the first time he'd called her by her name in the cafe, saying it out loud, in the same tone of voice and just as naturally as one of the loggers or the notary clerk. Chapter 6. Darkness in the Forest. Timar walked through the Gabonese forest, the dim light filtering through the dense canopy, creating patches of darkness on the damp ground. Every step, every sound made Timar tense, because any noise could attract the attention of a dangerous person. The image of Thomas and the case was still clear in his mind. Timar told himself that he needed to find out the truth. He could not rely only on the police's assumptions or rumors about Adèle. Adèle's figure emerges in his imagination, both sensual and mysterious, stirring up mixed emotions in Timar. He realizes that a relationship with her is more than mere curiosity or lust. It is a test of faith and sanity. Noise sounded nearby, and Timar stopped, listening to the breathing of the jungle. He realized he was no longer alone. A strange figure moved nearby, seemingly following his every step. Timar knows that tonight will be the decisive turning point, where he must choose between continuing to monitor, confronting the danger directly, or finding a way to distract the dangerous man. Paris and the Gabon rainforest seem to be experiencing a tense battle of wits with him. Light and darkness intertwined in every moment. Chapter 7: Clash in the Dark. The Gabonese forest was silent, except for the rustling of leaves and the chirping of insects, which sounded like a drumbeat signaling tension. Timar walked lightly, his eyes following the stranger's shadow hidden in the trees, a sense of danger rising in every vein. Adèle appeared from a distance, moving quickly but without any anxiety. Timar recognized the confidence in her, which both reassured him and added complexity to their relationship. The stranger approached, but Timar remained calm, watching every move, every step. He knew that even the slightest mistake could lead to disaster. At the decisive moment, Timar detected the stalker's vulnerability. With a subtle move, he guided the man out of range, keeping Adèle safe. Paris and the Gabon forest seemed to witness this battle of wits, where light and darkness clash, and Timar, between tension and curiosity, understands that tonight will completely change the course of his life. Chapter 8: The Decisive Moment. Timar and Adèle took shelter under a large tree in the woods, where the thick darkness hid them from their pursuers. Timar watched cautiously, his heart racing, but his eyes sharp, ready to react. The stranger did not retreat. He continued to approach, forcing Timar to consider whether to confront him directly or to subtly distract him. Timar's mind was in turmoil. He wanted to protect Adèle, but also keep his secret from being revealed. Each choice carried potential danger. The stalker's opening appeared when he focused on Adèle without realizing that Timar was standing behind him. Timar took advantage of the opportunity, using quick action to safely move Adèle out of the danger zone. Paris and the Gabonese rainforest seemed to breathe together in that moment. Timar realized that the light of sanity and intelligence could overcome the darkness and danger, but also knew that tense nights like this would continue on the journey ahead. Chapter 9. Hidden Dangers. Timar led Adèle out of the dark forest, but a sense of danger followed every step. He knew that the tracker had not given up, and any mistake could prove disastrous. As they passed through the streets near the river, Timar noticed a strange figure watching from a distance. It was not the first time, but this time he was more patient and subtle, making Timar extremely wary. Timar's mind was on edge, worried about Adèle's safety, but also troubled by the need to conceal himself. He observed every detail, the stalker's movements, his silhouette, his eyes to guess his motives and plans. Adèle, though seemingly calm, shows slight signs of anxiety, which makes Timar more determined to protect her. Their relationship becomes complicated, trusting, suspicious, and tense. Paris is still bright at night, but for Timar, every street, every light bulb holds hidden dangers. He knows that tonight will be a crucial turning point where light and darkness clash fiercely. Chapter 10. Dual Night. The Paris night covered the streets. Darkness and light intertwined, creating a suffocating tension. Timar and Adèle moved stealthily, eyes following every movement around them. The stalker appeared suddenly, moving closer. Timar kept his cool, observing and looking for any loopholes in his behavior. He knew that a small mistake would endanger both of them. At the crucial moment, Timar devised a delicate strategy to distract the stalker while keeping Adèle safe. His steps, his gaze, and his gestures were all meticulously calculated. The confrontation is not only between action and reaction, but also a battle of wits who will prevail, the light of intelligence or the darkness of conspiracy. Paris at night is still brightly lit, but for Timar, this moment is a turning point, where every event will change the story, opening up unpredictable developments. Chapter 11. Dawn light filtered through the trees and streets of Paris, illuminating Timar's tired but sharp face. The long, tense night was over, and Adèle's safety and his own secret were protected. Timar looks back on the events that have just happened, the cautious steps, the quick decisions, and the moments of facing danger. He realizes that the light of intelligence and courage can overcome the darkness, but also understands that the challenge is not necessarily over. The relationship between Timar and Adèle now becomes more complex at once, trusting and tense, with a subtle yet mysterious attraction. Paris, the city of light and shadow, continues to live with countless unheard stories. Timar, the watcher and protector, will continue to walk, ready to face new dangers, mysteries, and challenges. Chapter 12. The Courthouse, like the cemetery, had a provisional flavor, an atmosphere of anything goes, a contempt for tradition. Probably that was why it made Timar think of the burial of Eugène Renaud. No molding, no dark wood paneling, nothing to give the decor the wanted solemnity. The great bare room might as well have been a factory. The walls were peeling in the heat. There were 4 openings out onto the veranda, where at least 200 blacks dressed city-style along with naked blacks from the bush were pressed tightly together, some standing, others seated on the ground. There were no chairs or benches for the spectators inside, and no box for the accused. Nothing that makes a court a court. A rope was the only thing separating the officers of the court from the crowd, though almost all of the whites had been admitted into the reserved section. The blacks, some Spaniards and Portuguese, and a couple of Frenchmen who'd arrived late, like Timar, were on the other side of the rope. The judge was set to preside over the proceedings from behind a table covered with a green cloth. Were those the assistant magistrates around him? Was he the only judge? The one writing had to be the court clerk. But what were the prosecutor and chief of police doing there, sitting on wicker chairs, their legs sprawled out in front of them? And all those other people, Timar didn't know who'd gotten seats. The windows were open, and the blacks on the veranda were profiled against the light, motionless. All the white men were in linen suits. They wore their sun helmets as a protection from the glare. People were smoking, getting comfortable, lost among the blacks. Timar looked for Adèle a long time before spotting her. Only in the morning had he managed to fall asleep. Buiyu, no doubt intentionally, had failed to wake him, and when he'd opened his eyes, it was 10. He'd gone downstairs without shaving and found nobody in the house but the boy. Timar had run to the courthouse, his suit wrinkled and his cheeks covered with stubble. He hadn't had any coffee. He'd pushed his way through the crowd of blacks and into the courthouse, and it had taken him a long time to get the hang of things, to see and understand what was going on. The whites, without exception, seemed overwhelmed by the heat. In front of the cord, in the very front row, a half-naked black with the fat face of someone from the bush was plaintively droning on, with the occasional timid gesture of his rose-colored palm. Though standing rigidly at attention throughout, was anyone listening? The whites were chatting with one another. From time to time, the judge turned toward the windows and shouted something. The black crowd withdrew a little before pressing forward again moments later. Timar didn't understand what the man was saying. He didn't know who he was. But now, not far from the prosecutor, he spotted Adèle's black dress and the corner of her profile. She hadn't seen him yet. She was signaling to someone else. The black droned on, rattling off sentences in his pitiful voice. On the wall, there was a large white clock of the sort found in government offices. The hands advanced with a jerk. A boy carrying a tray with glasses, a siphon, and a bottle made his way up to the judge. He set the tray down in front of him, and the men around the table all had a drink while ignoring the black man. Adèle had just seen Timar, white as the clock and holding her breath. She looked at him from afar. He fixed her with a malevolent stare. There was a strong smell from all the blacks crowded together. Timar hadn't had anything to eat or drink. He was starting to feel dizzy, all the more so because he'd been on his feet the whole time and had to stand on tiptoe in order to get a real view. Good, the judge suddenly declared, as the clock marked 10:45, silence. The black man didn't understand, but fell silent instinctively. Tell us what he said. This was addressed to another black, in white pants and a black vest, wearing a plastic dress collar and glasses. The interpreter. His voice was deep and serious, like far-off thunder. He says that he has never laid eyes on Thomas. given that they do not come from the same village, and that he did not even know that Thomas existed. That sentence alone took 3 minutes to emerge from the translator's mouth. The judge shouted, "Louder! He says it is because of the goats he demanded from his brother-in-law after his wife ran off with a man from another village. She was his first wife, one of the chief's daughters, and she told everyone that no one was paying any attention. Timar couldn't follow, any more than the others could, the tenuous thread of a speech whose every other word escaped him. He looked at Adèle. He wondered who she'd spent the night with. Was she still naked under her dress? Had a man seen her thighs slipping out slowly from under the black silk? Her white thighs and supple stomach, her slightly liquid breasts. They didn't want to give him back the goats, and suddenly 4 blacks were all talking at the same time, in dialect, arguing with the accused, arguing among themselves. Their voices were sharp. The accused, wearing a loincloth, looked on in bewilderment. If you stopped paying close attention for a few moments, the scene lost any semblance of reality. It was a crazy nightmare, a weird parody. On the table covered with the green cloth was a bottle of whiskey. The whites offered one another cigarettes and talked about something else. Buyu was in attendance, along with 3 other loggers and the notary clerk. They were a distinct group between the blacks and the officers of the court. Standing next to a window and against the cord, Buyu was the first to shout, "Enough." Other whites took up the cry. "Enough." The judge shook a little bell. A cheap toy for a child, not what you'd expect in a court. We still need to hear from the woman Amami. Where is the woman Amami? Hands pushed her through the crowd of blacks to a place just short of the rope. She was an old black woman. Her breasts sagged. There were tattoos in heavy relief on her chest and stomach, and her head was shaved. She stood where she'd been left, not saying anything, not seeing anything. And Timar was troubled by a vague impression. He saw the woman in profile, then in partial profile, and it brought back the girl he'd slept with in the village on the river. Weren't the features the same? The outline of the shoulders and hips. Could this woman be the other one's mother? In which case, the accused The small man who'd talked for so long without anyone listening, wouldn't he be the father? Timar compared the couple to his glorious vision of the girl. Her body that was both so slender and so full. They were a pitiful sight, more meagerly dressed than anyone. The old woman's skin looked ashen. They stood a yard apart from each other. Timar saw them look at each other and realized that they had no idea where they were, or what they were doing, or why. Most of all, they'd become the object of everyone's hatred. The husband, especially, who had a flat upturned nose and beady red eyes, was casting fitful, almost crazed glances around the room. No one paid attention. At the same moment, Timar became aware of Bu Yu giving him meaningful looks, even motioning with his head, as if to say, half in pleading and half in threat, "Keep your cool." Then the woman began to speak in a monotone, as if each syllable were of equal weight. At the same time, she kept tying and untying her scanty loincloth, and to give herself confidence, she trained her eyes on a precise point on the wall, right next to the clock, where there was the stain of a swatted fly. Out one window, Timar recognized the chief paddler. He smiled broadly at him. The heat grew ever more intense. The crowd of bodies, bodies of whites and bodies of blacks, seemed wrapped in an actual cloud. The bland sweat of the whites and the acrid sweat of the blacks mixed with the stench of pipes and cigarettes. From time to time, people made a quiet departure. They returned shortly, after running to the hotel to quench their thirst. Timar was hot, thirsty, and hungry, but his nerves were so tightly strung that he was able to hold on. He kept trying to catch Adèle's eye, but she looked away. A white man he didn't know was whispering in her ear. She was pale, and there were circles under her eyes. He was furious, and yet full of pity for her. He couldn't sort out his contradictory emotions. For example, the idea that she'd spent the night with someone else made him want to kill her, but also to take her tenderly in his arms, weeping over what fate had brought them to. He heard the voice of the black woman. They were letting her talk on and on, perhaps out of laziness, in order to delay the moment of decision. He saw her shaved old woman's head, her sagging breasts. Her legs were spindly, her knees somewhat turned in. She spoke without pause, stumbling over her words and swallowing her saliva, fiercely determined to make herself understood and believed. She didn't act like a white woman. She didn't try to engage their sympathy. She never raised her voice. And instead of crying or fainting, she made it a point of honor to stand as stiff as a statue. The only human thing about her was her tone of voice, like a bored priest's. Those identical syllables that, if you didn't pay attention, became a murmur, as indistinct as the sound of rain on a window. The tension made Timar clench his fists. Her voice pained him, like one of those sad lullabies that country wet nurses still sang. There was something spellbinding about this terrible and nostalgic music. While not a muscle stirred in her face, he was more and more convinced that once again he was seeing that other face, the younger one's, turned toward him as the canoe was leaving the village, and then the motion of her arm, which she'd hardly dared to lift. Other images crowded in, and he was surprised at how sharp they were. The dozen pairs of eyes fixed on him as the paddles rose and fell, their song also like a lament rising into the sultry air, and the hangdog look of the men the moment they struck the branch, and Timar lost his temper. His chest hurt. Was it from hunger or thirst? His knees shook from standing on tiptoe for so long. Suddenly, he had an idea. It was his turn to shout. Enough! Get it over with. At that moment, the judge happened to ring his ridiculous little bell. The woman didn't understand. She raised her voice to make herself heard over it. She didn't want to stop speaking. The interpreter spoke up, and she raised her voice even louder. Never moving, droning on in a tone of despair. It was like the Pars Domine that they would sing 3 times in a row in church in times of disaster to different notes, each time more loudly. Now her voice rang out. She was talking faster. She wanted to tell everything, remove her other blacks, policemen, who had been carefully dressed by the whites in dark blue uniforms topped off with zouave caps, dragged the woman away through the crowd. Did she really know why they'd brought her here, or why they were forcing her to leave? She didn't stop. She went on speechifying to herself. Timar's glance met Adèle's, and he could tell that she was really starting to panic. He never guessed that it was because of his own appearance, his exhaustion and sickness, his struggles, the heat, everything, absolutely everything could be read in his ravaged, deathly pale face and feverish eyes that no longer settled on anything, but flitted back and forth from white to black, from the clock to the fly-specked wall. He was covered in cold sweat. His breath came with difficulty, and he couldn't fix his thoughts any more than his glance. But he had to think. It was urgent. It was absolutely necessary. Tell us what she said. Make it short. That was really something. Make it short. She said it isn't true. The interpreter was sure of himself, flush with self-importance. Murmurs came from the windows, and the judge tinkled his bell, shouting, "Silence, or I'll clear the court." Other blacks took the witness stand of their own accord. The judge regained his composure and leaned forward, placing his elbows on the table. Can you speak French? Yes, sir. What makes you think a mommy killed Thomas? Yes, sir. He pronounced it, sir. These were the two supporting witnesses. Timar understood everything. Even better, he could now reconstruct the events as they had happened one by one. While he was in the village, gazing at that good-looking naked girl, Adèle had gone to see the chief in his hut and offered him money in exchange for his producing a guilty party from among his people. She'd left the gun with him. It was so simple. The chief had selected the person he liked the least, a black who'd married his daughter, and then, when she left him, had the effrontery to demand his bride price back. The bride price was some goats and hoes, 5 hoes, 5 pieces of iron. 2 other blacks also testified men to whom promises had been given. They wanted to earn their pay. Yes, sir. But that's not what I'm asking you. When did you come to believe that a mommy had murdered Thomas and the judge? Exasperated, said, "Interpreter, translate the question." They went back and forth forever in the native tongue. Finally, they had to be interrupted. The interpreter, unperturbed, translated. He says a mommy has always been considered a bandit. It was so tense Timar wanted to scream. A mommy had stayed after his wife was dragged away. He looked at his accusers in a daze. He tried to speak, but they wouldn't let him. He no longer understood. He was drowning. Was it really his daughter that Timar had slept with? He blushed at the thought that she was a virgin and that he'd taken her anyway, roughly, for an instant, the feeling that he was taking his vengeance on all of Africa. So in fact, this very gun was found in his hut. The judge displayed a pistol. Timar felt Adèle looking at him. So were Bouillou, the one-eyed man, and the fat notary clerk. Because he couldn't see himself. He didn't understand. He couldn't see why. In spite of the gravity of the moment, Bouillou was shoving his way through the crowd of blacks to get to him. He didn't realize that even the blacks around him were looking at him with apprehension and astonishment. His breath whistled feverishly. He squeezed his hands until his knuckles cracked. They both confirm that this is the gun they found. Everyone has sworn to the same. No other white has been to the village since the crime. The black with the flat, upturned nose directed an anguished, pleading look at the interpreter. He, too, resembled the girl. His skin was also gray and ashen. The logger and the fat notary clerk watched Bouillou wade through the crowd toward his goal. On the official side of the rope, the prosecutor and Adèle were talking in low voices and looking at Timar. Suddenly, a hand seized Timar's arm. It was Bouillou. A voice said, "Careful. Now." Careful of what? Of who? It was driving him mad. For a few seconds, Timar became one with the miserable, half-naked blacks struggling against the crowd, surrounded by, hunted by, overwhelmed by it. They were hunting him down, too. They'd sent Bouillou over to corner him. The logger's steely fingers dug into his arm. Adèle was looking at him. The prosecutor was looking at him. Even the judge looked up nervously, sensing danger in the air. But all he did was take a sip of whiskey. Was the black man having the same reaction? Feeling the same terror at that moment? The sense that everything was turning against him, that he was being crushed, as if all these bodies, white and black, were circling in to smother him. He continued speaking in the midst of the uproar, talking to himself in a shrill voice, over and over repeating his story that no one wanted to hear. Timar's nerves were totally shot, and in spite of Bouillou's Boo's bone-crushing grip on his arm, in spite of Adèle and her stare, in spite of the prosecutor, who was smiling at him. Timar shouted, actually shouted, making himself as tall as possible, his face sweaty but drained of blood, his throat so tight that the words hurt him coming out. It's not true. It's not true. He didn't kill him. It was, who cared? It was time for it all to be over. It was time. He sobbed. It was her. And you know it. With a flip of the wrist, Bouilloux threw him to the ground, where he collapsed amid a throng of black legs and feet. Chapter 13. In a low, sneering voice, he said, "It's obvious. It doesn't exist." Two passengers turned to look, and he looked back unblinkingly. He even gave a shrug. They were government officials. Nothing more. The packet boat, having pulled in its launches, was slowly leaving Libreville's outer harbor. Timar was seated at the bar, just behind the first-class section. Suddenly, he calmed down. He had just realized that he was looking for the last time at the yellow line of the beach, the darker line of vegetation, the red roofs, the jaunty palms. He was gaunt, and his face twitched. He wore a constant scowl. He clenched his fists and muttered under his breath, even when there were people around. Who brought me to the station? He knew he was talking nonsense, because there was no train station in Libreville, and he'd been left to go off alone, without anyone to wave a handkerchief after him from the pier. But he liked the word station because it put him in mind of departures. The station in La Rochelle, his mother and sister. He was very tired. Everyone had told him so. That had been after the big fight. Before that, Timar was never known as a troublemaker, especially not a public one. He was a well-brought-up young man, rather retiring by character. But when Bouilloux had twisted his arm in the middle of that milling throng, he'd known that they were out to get him, and he'd struck out at random. That was what happened. The teeming mass, blacks and whites, all mixed up together, had spilled out onto the road, and Timar's face had been scratched. He was bleeding. He'd lost his sun helmet and was sunburned. He'd seen fights before, but he'd never been in one. He usually did his best to keep his distance, but this time he'd been right at the center. he'd noticed that the blows hurt a lot less than he would have thought, and that it didn't take any courage to fight. Everyone was against him. Then he'd strike back against everyone. He'd hit out and kept hitting until, somehow, he'd found himself in the shady interior of the police station. He recognized the bands of light and shadow, the table where they drank whiskey. He was sitting in a chair, and the police chief was standing, giving him a peculiar look. Timar was so astonished that he ran his hand over his forehead and stammered, "I'm sorry. I don't really know what happened. They were out to get me." And he smiled a small, polite smile. The police chief didn't smile. He looked at him with cold curiosity, thirsty. He would have spoken like that to a black or a dog. He gave him some water, nothing else, and went back to pacing the room. Timar wanted to stand up. "Stay there. What are we waiting for?" It was unsettling. A little more, and it would be weird. Sit down. His question hadn't deserved an answer. Once again, he saw himself as the victim of a plot. "Come in, doctor. I hope you're doing well. You've heard what happened." The police chief indicated Timar with his eyes. The doctor spoke softly. "What are we going to do? He should be arrested. After committing an outrage like that." The doctor snorted. He addressed Timar coldly. "Just like the chief of police. So you were the one who caused all the trouble." At the same time, he was lifting of Timar's eyelid and lowering it, taking his pulse for a few seconds, and examining him from head to foot. He growled out. Then he turned to the police chief. "May I have a brief word with you?" Out on the veranda, they whispered together. When the chief returned, he scratched his head and shouted to a boy, "Get the governor on the telephone." He spoke into the receiver. "Hello, just as we thought. Yes. Shall I bring him? Even if it weren't for this, there'd be nothing else to do. The loggers would never stand for it." "You'll meet us there." He picked up his sun helmet and said to Timar, "Coming." And Timar followed, surprised to find himself so docile. He was numb. He'd never imagined such torpor, an emptiness filling his limbs and head. He followed the chief of police into the hospital courtyard without asking why they were taking him there. The governor's car was already parked outside. in a very clean room, much cleaner than the rooms at the hotel. They found the governor. He didn't shake the hand Timar extended. "I don't know, young man, if you quite realize the significance of what you've done." No, honestly speaking, he didn't, and he never would. He'd fought back. He remembered a black man and a black woman who were chanting something in a smotheringly hot room. Adèle looking at him from afar, trying to tell him something. "Do you have any money? I think there's still some in the bank. In that case, I'm going to give you a bit of advice. There's a boat leaving for France in 2 days. The Foucault. Get on that boat and get out of here." Timar started to put up a struggle. He spoke slowly, trying to maintain his dignity. "I want to talk about this business with Adèle. Some other time now. Get in bed." They left. The governor and the police chief, both equally cold and contemptuous. Timar had slept. He was running a high fever, and his head was splitting. He said to the nurse, "It's that nasty little bone right at the base of the skull." Now he was on board the ship. There hadn't been a transition. The police chief had visited him in the hospital twice. Timar wanted to know if he could see Adèle. Better not. What's she saying? Nothing. And the doctor? He says I'm crazy, doesn't he? That annoyed him. He might look crazy, but he wasn't. He made crazy faces and he acted crazy. And sometimes the thoughts spinning in his head even seemed crazy. It doesn't exist. No, he was sure of it. The proof was he was completely self-possessed. He'd packed his bags all by himself. He'd noticed that his white suits were missing and had asked for them. He knew that on board everyone wore white until Tenerife. On the pier at 7 a.m., alone with the porters. He gave a snort as he turned to the red dirt road, its border of palm trees standing out against the sky. He'd said, "It doesn't exist." It did exist, obviously, though he knew what he meant. But he knew just as well that this was only a passing condition. That was why he wasn't ashamed. He took his place in the launch. Suddenly, he buried his face in his hands. Adèle. He ground his teeth between his fingers. He could see the blacks smiling. The sea was flat. Now it was over. Africa was out of sight. The barman came up. "What can I get you?" an orange soda. From their brief exchange of glances, Timar could tell that the barman thought he was crazy. Too, they must have forewarned the authorities on board. It doesn't exist. A train. What train? Ah, yes, the train from La Rochelle. His sister, waving a handkerchief. He brooded. Seated in a wicker chair. He was dressed in black because they hadn't found his white colonial suit. Still, it made him feel good to be different from the other passengers. There were a lot of military officers, too many of them. Too many stripes, he muttered, and too many government officials, too many children running around on deck. What did that make him think of? Ah, yes, Adèle. She always wore black, too. Only she didn't have a child, and she was naked under her dress, while the black girl had been naked and without a dress. He remembered it all very well. Everything. It had been a lot worse than anyone would have ever believed. They wanted to blame the girl's father. Timar had saved him, but they'd banded together to attack him because it was a conspiracy. Everyone was in on it. The governor and the prosecutor and the loggers, and all of them, of course, had slept with Adèle. People dressed in white paced the deck to kill time. Killing. That doesn't exist. And suddenly, Timar stopped thinking. At least he stopped thinking so fast. His thoughts hung in suspense. He saw himself, dressed in black, his sun helmet dangling from his neck, seated at the bar of a packet boat. He was returning to France. He must have taken some blows to the head. It was enough to drive him crazy. They thought he was, but it wouldn't last long. He knew. He felt so good that he was just putting off the moment when he'd get better and be entirely back to normal. It was a little trick he'd taught himself. He thought as hard as he could. He'd close his eyes halfway, letting the images mingle together until they grew distorted as in a dream. Night fell. Some people at the next table, government officials by the look of them, were playing cards and drinking Pernod. Like in Libreville, at Adèle's, he'd learned how to play those games. It wasn't hard. Already another night. Yes. It was a couple of weeks later, just before arriving at the concession, in the flatboat. Yes, an attack of some sort. He'd been in a fight. He'd hit people. They'd put him to bed. Adèle was lying next to him, naked. They were watching each other. They were both pretending to be asleep, but Timar really did fall asleep. She took advantage of him and ran off. When he woke up, no more Adèle. The little black girl had been a virgin. It doesn't exist. People kept walking by. Among them, a young lieutenant with his sun helmet still on, even though the sun had gone down. A captain at the card table said, "Afraid of moonstroke." Timar spun around. That was something he'd heard before somewhere, when he was sleeping or out of his mind. They'd said it with the same irony then, which is why he stared hard at the captain, as if he intended to demand an explanation or an apology. The card players consulted together for a moment in low voices. Then they rose. "Shall we dress for dinner?" And Timar, standing on the deck, followed them with a look of contempt. Alone at his table for dinner, he felt calm and collected. He laughed sarcastically from time to time, since people were glancing at him with a mixture of pity and curiosity. It was on purpose that he kept muttering broken sentences under his breath. There was a little girl who thought he was funny. Timar liked seeing her hiding behind her napkin and giggling. It didn't matter. Timar knew that very well. It was like the tides at a given time. The sea recedes, even if it appears to be in a fury. The whole thing was mathematical. And in the same way, the images were becoming more and more distinct, less jumbled together, except at night. On 2 occasions, he found himself in tears, sitting up in his bunk and soaked in sweat, his limbs trembling as he felt around for Adèle. But now things had changed. It was night, and Adèle wasn't there. Or rather, she was there, but he couldn't touch her, hold her, feel her white breasts. The black girl was in the bed, too, inert, resigned. That had to be looked into. A decision had to be made. Perhaps go away with Adèle, far off. Oh God, let it all come to an end. No more Africa. No more Gabon. No more Okume logs. Let the blacks have the logs, and Constantinesco can go look after himself. Only Adèle mattered. Zebra striped with light and shadow, between clammy sheets. Then he'd listen carefully. She was downstairs. He heard the boy coming and going as he swept up while she did her accounts at the bar. It was the ship's doctor who woke him, a stupid young man who felt obliged to go on play acting. They tell me we're from the same part of the country. So, where are you from, La Palisse? That's not the same part of the country. A mile and a half off, but a mile and a half is a mile and a half. Not to mention that he looked like an idiot with his huge, bulging eyes. He wanted to know how Timar was feeling. Oh, fine, calm, and collected. Did you sleep well? No, terribly. Clearly, you need some medication. If only they'd leave him in peace. That was all he asked. He didn't need anyone. He certainly didn't need medication. He was smarter than all the doctors in the world, a lot smarter, too, than even he had been before, because now he had antennas. He was aware of things that were too subtle for most people. He was aware of everything, even the future, even the visit the family doctor was sure to pay in La Rochelle. In the little house on the Rue Chef de Ville, the family doctor who would also say, with a smile on his face, "So, young man, how are we doing today?" And his mother and his sister and everyone all worrying over him, and the doctor in the corridor whispering as he left, "He needs to rest. It won't last. God." And they'd spoil him. They'd be sure to mention his cousin Blanche from Cognac, who would materialize one Sunday in a new red dress. Fine, he'd marry her. Damn it, just to have some peace. He'd take the job at the oil refinery they'd told him about, which actually was in La Palisse, in that neighborhood near the sea, where they'd built those hideous houses for workers. His house would be bigger, with a garden, villa style, and a motorbike. He'd settle down there and be nice as can be. He'd never wanted anything as much as that. Perhaps he'd even agree to have some children. The people he ran into on deck or in the music room could tell he had antennas. They turned away with a look of shock. They spoke in an undertone. And after, the best thing, really the best thing of all, had been when the 12 paddles leaped out of the water at once, and for a split second the 12 black paddlers held their breaths, their eyes fixed on the white man. Before all going, ha in a deep voice, and the 12 paddles plunged back into the water. Abdominal muscles strained and rippled, and there were fresh pearls of sweat on their skin, and pearls of water splashing around the canoe. No use talking about it. No one would understand. Certainly not in his office in La Palisse. Certainly not Blanche, who was a pretty girl. It doesn't exist. He met the amused eyes of the barman, who said, "How's it going, Mr. Timar?" "Okay. You're going ashore at Cotonou." "Ashore? That doesn't exist." The barman gave him a complicit smile. "Can I get you an orange soda?" "Yes, an orange soda. Indeed. Didn't they forbid me whiskey? Whiskey doesn't exist." He said it without conviction. However, there were times like that he was completely calm and collected, entirely self-possessed, and he saw things in the cold light of day, but he couldn't, not yet, or then. Maybe. For example, he was capable of suddenly jumping overboard, and yet he knew that he never would. The ship's bow gracefully split the gray-blue sea. You could sit in the shade in the terrace of the bar. A sailor was painting the inside of the air shafts red. Timar promised to be good. With Blanche and everyone in La Rochelle and La Palisse, he'd see the ships leaving for Africa, and the young people, and the government officials. But he wouldn't say a thing, nothing at all. Only sometimes at night, and only at night. He'd suffer from moonstroke his attack, as they'd say, and that would help him, in the emptiness of his bed, to find once again the too white flesh of Adèle, and the stifling atmosphere, and the aftertaste of sweat, and the smell of the black paddlers, while his wife in her nightgown brewed him a cup of herbal tea. People continued to turn their backs on him, but he was so calm and so good at putting one and one together without any problem or even a trace of worry that he felt obliged to toy with them a bit, if only for show. He would look them in the face with his small, feverish, ironic eyes, and he would say out loud, "Africa doesn't exist." He took care to pace the deck for another quarter of an hour, always repeating, "Africa, it doesn't exist. Africa." This is a New York Review book, published by the New York Review of Books, 435. Hudson Street, New York, NY 114.